But okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It is Tuesday. We find ourselves back in Terminus again this evening, I think. That's the plan, anyhow. I don't know exactly what the game plan is. Greatsword's not leveled, right? No. It's nice to see a bunch of people. Alright, we need to level up our greatsword. Let's go out here and see if we can find a couple trash mobs to kill. Might go back over to Throne Fast, too. Maybe see if anything's going on up at Manor. That's gray. That's gray. That's green. Red jackets explode, right? We don't have an interrupt when we're using a two-hander. We have that. That might work. Oh, hello. Who are you? Oh, you're a solo mob. We're not even hitting them because we have no skill ups. See you later, Rilo. What did you drop? 14 armor, 1 wisdom. We'll take it. What are we wearing right now? What aggro? Oh, God. This thing aggroed? This dude's gonna blow up. Hopefully it doesn't kill us. We played some more Path of Exile 2 earlier. Just cause. Hey, let me look at this. What are we Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's not an upgrade. Okay. Oh, poor Chunky. Nope. I'm not letting you get that off. Oh, well, you might get it off after all if we can't get you killed. Hey, Papa Heels, what's going on? Just working on my Great Blade skill. I don't know if there's anything up there. Oh, probably not. In Stonewall? It's Stonewall. Don't really want to fight the bats. You're gray. Hey, Samo, what's happening? How you doing? Hey, Ironhawk, what's going on? This guy's green. We'll get this guy. If you need a name change still, please message me with 3 alternate names. Try and change you to. Should we try and change Krushnek 3? Let's log in Krushnek the 3rd for a second. Maybe we can get that number 3 out of here. We need 3 iterations of a name. We can't take Krushnek, because Krushnek is the main. We could take Krushy. Krushtecles. What can we make his name? Crushiferous? Maybe Crushiferous? There's a name. See if they're still on. They are. Crushy Crackneck, is that a name? Crushy Crackneck? All one word? I'm trying to come up with... We're going to try and rename this tune. I have Crushiferous, or Crush. Let's say Krushtecles. No, I'm not making... Wait, who are you asking about the alt? Ironhawk or myself? If you're asking me, no. I'm working on a rename. We're going with either Crushiferous, Crush, or Krushtecles. One or the other. Hopefully, I should say. And they shouted from Thronefast. Wonder if they're here in town. Don't see them. They might be hiding. We'll stay on this tune until we get a response, regardless. I'd like to see if we can get this name change. My no box. Sorry, for those wondering, there's a GM in the game at the moment. And they've advertised that if you're looking to get your name changed due to the server merge, to send them a tell. So I sent them a tell. I'm just waiting to see if they get around to us. And that way we at least get the number 3 out of our name. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? How's your Tuesday? No response yet, but they probably have a lot of people who have sent them messages. Normally you'd be logging into WoW. You haven't been over to WoW in 2 weeks. It's always the wait that's the worst. Whoops. We'll wait another few minutes. I don't know how long it takes to do a name change. I'll give him a few more minutes, and then I won't sweat it. Need to log in and out. Okay. Let's see what name we got, chat. My guess is Crushiferous. But maybe it's Crush. Be cool if it was Crush. I should have typed Crush first, but I didn't. But whatever name we get, I'm good with. Hey, Crushiferous. There we go. That's our, okay, that's his name then. Alright, Great Blade is what, 35? These bats are going to be annoying. However, the bat might get us to 40. Still 35, 38. I like that these guys are dropping beeswax. Axe needs to be leveled. Sword needs to be leveled. Heavy crushing needs to be leveled. Okay. Axe, sword, and great axe. No. Great club. Great hammer. Whatever. I found these almonds at Costco that are baked with salt and pepper. Dude, I'm addicted. I bought like a huge bag of them. Gotta go pull some weapons out of the bank. That's our heavy crusher. Isn't this? No, that's a hammer. That's our axe. Yep, that's our axe. And then I said sword, right? I don't know if we have a sword. I don't have a sword. How did I get my blade skill up? How did we level? I know we didn't use a rusted longsword. Although I may have to. Stop. What is going on? Okay, what should we do? Probably throw LFG tag up. Oh, I gotta go talk to Ella. Rail the Alchemaniac. What are you guys in chat working on? Gotta watch out for Bolt. Think my sword's a little small? It's not small enough. Needs to be tiny. Don't want people to think I'm overcompensating. On ogres, this sword is ridiculous. More so ridiculous than this. Oh, 42. Okay, we almost had this. Hey, Yuke, what's going on? How you doing? So is there literally no way for a level 10 character in Wild's End to go anywhere else until level 30? There's just not one single swath of land I can traverse where I can get past higher level group mobs. You would want to find a level 15 wizard, or the wizard spires, and try and get a port over to Thronefast. There should be content for you to get past level 10, though. I think you can do past level 10 at the goblins, but I just don't know where they are on the map. I haven't spent enough time in Wild's End to have memorized all the locations. I know there is content for you. Ah, there you go. Yuke will help you. Thanks, Yuke. The bats one-shot you even though they con light blue? That doesn't make sense. They one-shot you? When you're fighting these bats don't happen to have the little chevron marker on the left side of the window, do they? I've never seen heroic bats, but that's not to say they don't exist. They hit you several times in a few seconds. You're sure they're bats? Bats don't have any sort of haste. You sure you're not aggroing something else by accident? The gas bats themselves. That's interesting. Okay, Great Blade's 45, so Great Blade is done. Now we can switch off to the axe. I would say your best bet would be to look for a level 15 wizard. So you could do like a /who, go to your filter, go 15, say 30, 15 to 30, all zones, check that, then go to wizard, see who's on, see who's not tagged as being in a group, and then shoot them a tell and say, hey, is there any chance I might be able to get a port from you to Thronefast? Try your luck. There's no guarantees, but... Come on, skill ups, where are you? There we go. Go to shard 2. Thinking in 15 or so of trying to get into something. Right on, man, right on. Maybe I'll have to jump over to shard 2. I should be dodging the tarsal flurry. Oh, I thought I could dodge that. He turns with you. Okay, let's do heavy crushing. Yeah. Ooh, this one's even con. Oh, somebody's out here killing. Is the guild over on Shard 2? Is there anybody on? There's a bunch on 2. I'm guessing that was the person killing. Yeah. Safe to say they're the only one here. That guy's still alive. Yeah, run over there. Stop following me. You're not going to kill that boar? Cool. That should be good enough. Jump over to Shard 2. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I heard we had some new people in the guild. Well, sir, Shard 2 and everything's dead over here, too. Are they mutable? I don't know if they're mutable. I'm gonna call him Cleo next time I'm talking to him. Yeah, I could do manner. I'm on my 14 paladin. Give me a minute to get back to Avelia. Excuse me. I don't know. Let me look. I don't need the chest. Gloves and wrists I could use. Pick up this ash tree. I mean, I'm an AVP. I can swing a group anywheres. If you guys want to take your Pally and Wizard, take your Pally and Wizard. Oh. Ah, gotcha. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, these red jackets are going to be aggro. Oh, maybe not. There's no Zyrus, right? Don't see him. Okay, we already talked to her. We got lag? Oh. That was weird. Oh, groupmate ran by. My own groupmate just ran past me. that? I have no idea. What is going on with the looting in this game? That's weird. Corpses aren't acting right. Hey, War, what's going on? How you doing? Right on, War. Glad to hear it. Waiting for the rest of the group to show up, so we're going to level our climbing. Excuse me. Hopefully we get started shortly, chat. Sorry for the delay, but, you know, people have their own time frames, I guess. It's not me being impatient. I have the patience of a corpse. It's the fact that I've got other people watching and we're not doing anything. I forgot the order. Mm-hmm. We got 2 incoming. Another new member. Well, sir. Been recruiting like crazy. That's what, 6 in 24 hours? Yeah. Well, there's the first phobia. Come on, dude. That's a pretty pro pull right there. Only got the one. Should have got all three. Come on, dude. You should have aggroed. Or investigated. I don't like that these guys aren't. Oh, nice. Okay, you guys are separated. Hey, Em, what's going on? How you doing? How was your day? Your Tuesday. Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday, right? This the named? Hmm. Somebody fear him? So what's going on, Em? What are you doing this evening? Ah, the hero's journey. Gotcha. $4,000 people online? What, for Pantheon? Really? Or THJ, you mean? That's a lot of people playing THJ, if that's THJ. 500 are probably traders? Gotcha. Somebody aggroed. Somebody got greedy, tried to get the map fragment out of the back room before we had it cleared. Is there any kind of hardcore mode in Pantheon? Not hardcore as of yet. There's PvP. There's the PvP server that opened up last week. But nothing in the sense of one life and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how a hardcore server would work with this game. With the way abilities are done and the fact that the abilities aren't locked to the encounter, you would have so many deaths where somebody else would be pulling something, and then a spell effect or an AoE would go off and kill somebody in a different group. I don't think hardcore would be viable for this game. Because you would definitely have abusers. It's open. You can get in there. I was under there last night. Yep. They all come together. They're group mobs, and I think they're around level 12 or level 13. You gotta fight them. They'll all aggro together. There's no way to pull them. They're too close to, like, lull or anything. That area's only use right now is for the update for, you gotta pick, shit, what's it for? It's for one of the quests. Hang on a second. It's the one that says you must investigate near the waterfall or something. Well, so as far as I can tell, that area is unfinished. You go underwater, you go to the 3 skeletons, there's a chest on the ground, you loot whatever's in the chest, you hope you get your quest update, and then if you try to explore the chamber, your whole screen fades to a milky blue and you can't see shit, so you gotta either turn around or stuck out. Have you been through Halnir's? Like all through Halnir's? You know when you go down to the end of the Black Rose corridor before you go into the ghost room and those stairs go up to the 2 elite guards and then there's an opening and if you go up there the whole map blacks out on you? Yeah, that's the same kind of effect that happens but underwater. So either the zone is unfinished or they meant to seal it off. It will. It'll go into the basement. Named again? We'll try him. Oh, interesting. I just heard, guys, apparently tomorrow for their Wednesday update, they're launching a fresh start server for anybody interested. It'll be a brand new server, no population. We have about 2 weeks. It's been a month since they made the announcement and it's supposed to be 6 weeks. Yeah, they're not gonna say they won't stick to any kind of schedule. They're hoping to hit the 6 to 8 week period like they were doing before. I know those of you that weren't here for early access, they were trying to do a 6 to 8 week system, and it was working pretty consistently. But since early access, it hasn't worked the same. They never should have agreed to an every Wednesday thing anyways. They should have stuck to when the updates come, the updates come. They gave us a timeline. It's 2 years. People want to whine 4 months in? Stop playing. Holy smokes. Stop playing. That's a good plan. Man, people still complaining about the state of the game. We're 4 months in. I don't understand, man. Just stop. Just stay away from the game. Stop playing the game. Do yourself a favor. Stop playing the game. Where's he going? Who's in the group with the fear? 2 rogues and a Dire Lord. Does the Dire Lord have a fear, guys? Does anybody know? Hey, Dronami. Any thoughts on pros, cons of starting over on the new server? Pros and cons on a fresh start server. What would I say? The cons will be this. Population will bleed from these servers now over to the new fresh start. There will be a lot of people. So here's the bottom line. There are a bunch of people, the minority, that are constantly complaining and whining about the status of the game, the how far along the game is, blah blah blah, etc. Then there are those that are like-minded, like myself, who don't care about character wipes. I'll start over. If there were character wipes every 2 months, I'm in. I do it. I want this game to come out. I'm testing this game. That's what I'm doing. There's a bunch of other people who are doing the exact same thing. We don't give 2 craps about the rest of them that are whining and complaining about the timeline for the game, because we know what it's going to take for the game to come out. With that said, there will more than likely be a guild or 2 from probably the East and the West Coast merged servers that will go to the Fresh Start server to start. Because everybody's still going to want to be the first of this, the first of that, flood the economy, blah blah blah, whatever. So population dip will happen. The pros. I see a lot of pros with a Fresh Start server. A lot of players who came in during early access came in when a lot of people who knew how to play the game had already taken advantage of everything that was in the game, while a lot of you were starting new characters. Now that you guys have had 4 months to jump in on your respective server now, you should pretty much have a pretty solid I won't say head start, but idea as to how you want to go about getting content, getting levels, what areas you want to go to. The fact that we have all new quests in a zone like Wild's End, you know, they grew their team a couple weeks ago. They've got a lot of quests in the game now, especially in Wild's End. Definitely worth checking out. You really couldn't do it on a server like this because once everybody's established and gotten past level 10, it's very hard to get a group to go over to Wild's End and quest over there, unless you're with 5 friends, 5 guildies, whatever. So as far as the pros go, you will actually get the game in its natural state for the players that are currently active. Will a fresh start server bring new people? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Maybe somebody gets a hold of their guildmates in another game and says, hey, there's a brand new server starting from scratch if you're interested. Maybe they do get, you know, more people. I don't see it being that fruitful or beneficial, but I can be wrong every now and then. With that said, if you're in a guild already on a server and you're like, you know what, I'm going to go over there anyways and see what's up. I'm not going to always jump back to the guild if things don't work out. There is that, but you really don't want to, if you have an ecosystem around you, you don't want to go to a new server and leave that ecosystem behind because it will change while you're on the new server. So that comes down to your cognizance as to what you want to do. You can't blame your guild if they move on with content. You can't blame your friends if they find other people to group with. So there is that as well. So weigh that on a scale. However, if you're somebody who just blends in with everybody, doesn't matter who it is, you just fit right in like a lounge lizard, a new server would be fantastic because you'll get the chance to meet new people, probably have new experiences. You won't get the head start. You won't jump in and all of a sudden somebody throws you a bag full of stuff or somebody offers you high-end gear for nothing, or, you know, that won't be a thing because people will have to work towards it again. So there is that as well. A new fresh start server doesn't really benefit VR in my mind because we've had so many servers and character wipes and restarts over the past 3 years. New servers don't matter for that. Everything level 1 to 20 is already flushed out. There's not much polish to be added to anything 1 to 20. So the first 20 levels and on a server don't mean anything. It's 20 plus that's going to be the real concern, you know. Outside of everything I've just said, I can't think of anything else that would be a pro or a con for a new server. I can tell you that someone like myself, who is very easy, considers himself a hoe, and groups with everybody, is probably going to be a little disappointed because people that I group with in this game that aren't in the guild will more than likely be on the new server. I'm not going to go to the new server. I'll stay here because I've got these tunes to level. But the question is, who's going to be available on this server when the new server launches? And I won't know that until the new server launches. I hope that, you know, gave you some input. Again, it's just my opinion, obviously. Everybody's got them. You don't have to listen to them. But it is my stream, so if I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it. Hey, fresh economy is always good because there really won't be one in the beginning. I'll tell you this. I'll give you guys a bit of what people would consider a heads up. If a new server does launch tomorrow, I'm not saying it's going to be there. It was said earlier that they look to be launching a fresh start server. Well, that's a nuisance. We don't... Okay. What was I saying? Oh, yes. I'll give you guys a couple of tips if you decide to go to the new server. Make sure that after you've rolled your character, the first thing you do in Avalia, the first thing you do is go to the mage newbie area. You know where to go, right? Where'd that come from? Well, there's no spirit spawns out here, so now there's 2 mobs. They didn't just pop out of thin air. People running around and not paying attention. Oh, man. You know what? You know what? Here's another pro. It's kind of humorous, but it's a pro nonetheless. Chances are some of the people you don't want to group with are probably going to go to the new server. So there's that as well. Right? Gotta look at all sides, right? Gotta look at the whole picture. Sorry. Getting off track there with my starting tip. The first thing you're going to want so that you're not running back to town or deleting stuff is to get bags. Here's what you do on a new server. You go to the mage starting area. You run up the hill. You start killing forest foragers and hope you get pouches. Pouches are the quickest form of storage you can get in the game in the beginning. The other benefit is that trash area will keep you to level 5, if not level 6. So keep killing over and over again until you have the bags to actually hold stuff. Good luck, because I'm sure it's going to be busy tomorrow. That's the best tip I can give you, because it's going to be too expensive to buy the bags, and you're going to have to wait at least probably 2 days, unless there's a no-lifer that levels up outfitting to start selling backpacks, which again will be too expensive. You're better off just going and getting pouches. Then take those pouches, you know, if you happen to get 2 or 3 in a day, keep filling them up, kill everything. Kill all the animals, loot everything, skin everything, get the stacks of it, and rather than put it in your bank, sell it off to make the money so that you can buy more bags. And then once you get a full outfit of either 6 slot or 6 slot and you start 8 slot, then harvest all your resources. Don't really worry about a trade skill at the beginning. Hoard all of your resources in the bank and then trade stacks. Don't sell, trade. So if you decide to do armor smithing, go out and skin a bunch of creatures, go into Avelia and go, want to trade my tattered pelts for your ore. That's what I did. 3 times over, 3 different times. That's what I did. I got everything I needed to do whatever to get me a solid start going up to level 10. I highly recommend that method when you're dealing with a new server. That will save you a lot of grief. When you go out and start killing bandits, hold on to every piece of gear that doesn't have a stat. If you loot armor and it has a stat, +1 to dex, +1 to agility, +1 to strength, whatever, if you can't wear it and it's not an upgrade, you either offer it to somebody or you sell it off. But if you get armor that drops with no stats, junk armor, put it in the bank or immediately go to the salvage table and start getting your salvage up. Because that'll help you in the future to get trade skill resources that you might not normally be able to get because maybe you don't get in a group to go to a certain area. But if you break down this type of armor, there's a chance you might get that resource. So pay attention to that as well. But the most important thing is the bags. The most important thing is the bags. Go kill the foragers and get the bags. Now, I believe there are also, and I could be wrong, but I believe there are also jungle foragers over in Wild's End. There are forest foragers in Avelia and jungle foragers in Wild's End. Jungle foragers are the same mob type, so they can drop bags as well for those who start over in Wild's End. That's your best way to get inventory. Do we have a 6th at all around 14 that wants in? Yeah, feel free to do that. If Papa Hills needs an AFK, we can take a couple minutes. See, like this armor here. We killed the Gadai down at the bottom of this hill, and they dropped 2 pieces of patch hide. So I knew for a fact that patch hide doesn't have any stats, so I know this is going to break down. So we'll hold on to this stuff, and then we'll break it down at the salvage table when we get back to town. What is Kaio doing? He got a tune on the server and he's playing, but he's not, like, hanging out. Okay. My characters are around 16 on Black Moon. Not sure starting over is something I'm interested in. Haven't learned anything about salvaging or crafting yet. What characters do you like to play? Or what class out of your characters do you play the most? Or do you enjoy the most? Mage area through the portal? Yes, mage area through the portal. Wait, when you typed that, Dranami, were you asking where that was, or were you confirming that that's where I said it was? Confirming. Okay, gotcha. You like the Dire Lord, the Wizard, and the Summoner? What would you plan on focusing on when the game launches? Like, what is your preferred role? Do you prefer to tank? Do you prefer to DPS? Do you prefer to melee? Do you prefer to fling spells? Historically, you've gone caster? You like the Wizard. Gotcha. Well, the Wizard will be handy for groups because the Wizard, once you hit 15, the Wizard will allow you to jump back and forth between different parts of the continent. So you get up past level 20 and somebody's looking for a Wizard or DPS for the Nell. You know, you could easily port over. You could charge to port other people over, you know, porting for donations. Once people realize there's more questing and more content over in Wild's End, you'll see more players go over there. But right now, a lot of players still don't understand or don't know what's over there versus what's here. Because the majority of the server is here. What's that? Cut. Oh, did he? His monk's 20. Be no sense for him to come here. Is everybody back? More people need to pay attention to the names of the mob. There's one person in this group besides myself who's paid attention to the type of mobs we're pulling. That goes to you guys in chat as well. When you guys get in groups and you start running stuff where you're fighting different archetype creatures, pay attention to the names of the creatures and what their key abilities are. Understand when you're dealing with a Fearer, understand when you're dealing with a Mezzer, understand when you're dealing with someone who puts somebody to sleep, understand when you're dealing with someone who mem-wipes throughout combat in order to throw a stone or some form of interrupt at a random group member. Pay attention. Because what's going to happen is people that pay attention like myself are going to stop wanting to hang out with people that don't pay attention to the mobs. We're not here to do everything. Know that when you pull casters, you have to line a sight to get them to come to the group. You know? Learn to not automatically fire stuff off at mobs until the mob is in the camp. There's simple things to do, and I still, to this day, group with many people who don't pay attention. Yes, phobia is an AoE fear, and it can be a problem. And we have the means to interrupt it multiple times in the group. It shouldn't be going off at all. I like the interactive play and importance of interrupting certain abilities. Yes, and you definitely have to pay attention. And too many people still don't pay attention. I understand the enjoyment of being in a group, and I understand the enjoyment of setting up at a camp, but you can't just leave it at that. You have to be better. Like people running in and grabbing aggro and then coming back to camp and going, I don't know what happened. That doesn't fly. I keep it for emergency for, what's it called? Edict of Celestial Authority. We have the ability to stun, but it uses those points, and those come back like every 15 minutes. If you start spamming them, you're a dumbass. I would say about 10 or 15 minutes they pop back, I believe. I haven't really noticed. Like, for example, if I'm in a group with someone who has interrupts and stuns, and we're fighting something where something needs to be interrupted, and they go, uh-oh, I don't have one up, I'll use mine. But I'm not going to use mine on the regular, because when it's down, and somebody who has normal interrupts that can cast every 45 seconds or 50 seconds, it's going to serve no purpose if I blow my load, and then they say, oh, I hit it the wrong time, and then we're all screwed. Right. Yeah, Warrior's no different either. With Shield Slam only comes up once every, like, 45 seconds or whatnot. You can't get every interrupt. You can only get every other one. So you have to coordinate it so that the tank only uses it when nobody else in the group can use theirs. And tanks have to taunt, tanks have to maintain their damage. They can't do all that and then also focus on the interrupts. I mean, you'd be asking the tank to do 6 different... I mean, sure, I could do it. Sure, I'll say it. But not everybody could do that. And then it makes a bad experience for the whole group. And then somebody starts complaining that something's not caught. And somebody starts saying, well, what classes are in the group? Who has what? What level's who? Has anybody been to their spell person late? Like, stop. And I only say all this because I've been through it. Anybody play... What? Pee-wee, you play Dire Lord, right? Do you have any sort of interrupt or stun, like, prior to level 15? That's something else that needs to be avoided as well. When you get in a group, you can't start dumping all the responsibility on your tank, no matter who it is. You can't say, oh, well, they can do this, and they can do that, and they can do this, and they can do the other thing, and they can do this other thing as well, and when this isn't working, they can do this also. You can't do that. The group has to work together. Everybody works together. If your tank has an interrupt, and you have 2 interrupts, and somebody else in the group has an interrupt, you all row in the same boat. You can't pile onto somebody. It's like somebody saying, well, I'm not going into Hellnears unless I have an enchanter. Well, you are a garbage player, and you probably should stop playing this game if you have a reliance. I have been through this game with all sorts of different builds, and I've killed everything over and over and over again. You do not need an enchanter. My God, get better. I am. Now, with that said, if an enchanter's looking for a group, pick them up. But if you don't have one, or you can't find one, don't spend another 5 minutes looking for one. Go with what you have. You'll be fine. How would you and your group go about organizing who interrupts at what point? Imagine there could be some overlap. So that would come down to everybody understanding their class. I have grouped with enchanters that don't realize that they have 3 interrupts by the time they hit level 26. I've grouped with more enchanters who didn't know that than enchanters who knew that. I've grouped with 3 enchanters that knew their class better than I knew the warrior. They were phenomenal. I haven't seen them in probably a month and a half, 2 months. You have to understand your class. Once you understand your class, then you can work out some sort of method. And here's where the other issue comes in. Let's say these guys group with me. I'll be perfectly honest, I've been playing this game a long time. I make the game look easy. If you've watched me long enough here, you know that I make the game look ridiculously easy. It's not, but I got a lot of knowledge with this game. With that said, I'm not about to tell somebody else how they should play their class, because what's going to happen is they're going to get their panties in a bunch, they're genuinely going to get butthurt. Doesn't matter whether it's a healer, whether it's a CC'er, whether it's another tank, whether it's DPS. Nobody wants the criticism, nobody wants the assistance, you know, the suggestion. So I stopped doing it. I don't do it anymore. So when somebody screws up and they die, and then they die again 5 minutes later, and then they die again 5 minutes after that, I let them learn. Chances are they get burnt out and they drop the group. They come up with an excuse. They gotta go do this, they gotta go do that. This group sucks, I gotta go blah, whatever. It's not the case. But if I'm in a group with people in a certain area at a certain level, and I look at who's in my group, I'll know how many interrupts we have. So that's not the issue. If I'm grouped with people and I don't know what interrupts they have or what they have up, it can be very difficult to tell somebody. I've told many people in seasons, before early access, I told many people in seasons to put certain spells up on their bar. And 8.5 times out of 10, they, I won't say argue, but they complain. They resist. They go against me because, oh, I'm the warrior. What would I know about a cleric or an enchanter or whatever? You know, not realizing I've gone and killed everything in the game. Like, it's a rare situation, but for someone like myself who knows who has what interrupts, if I ask you to put a skill on your bar and you get butthurt, just tell me and I'll never group with you again. It's just that simple. It's absolutely that simple. There are no heals? It just... Yeah, in most cases, Deadly, when you're grouped with an enchanter, specifically an enchanter, the enchanter, if they have the proper skills up on their bar, they can have 3 different types of interrupts. They can interrupt 3 abilities when needed in a row. I've got 2 enchanters right now. I haven't seen since I jumped to the new server, or the previous server, so probably in a month. Now, I'm sure I'll probably see them when we get new content. When we get new 30+ content, I'm sure 2 of them will come back. But these guys were, they're just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. They know the enchanter, they know all the skills, the abilities, they know when to put what on. It's the same thing I do when I'm playing the warrior. You'll see me in situations where I'll open up my book and I'll start socketing in and out of abilities. Most people don't do that, but I do, because I understand all the skills and when I'm supposed to use them. That guy needs to walk towards me, and he's not walking towards me. Oh, but that guy's walking towards me. Alright, I'm gonna have 2. Should be 1. I got lucky. But yeah, the enchanter, once they have the, the majority of their skills leading up to 26, I want to say, maybe even 25, they have the ability to use 3 different interrupts, which is phenomenal. Now, with that said, you don't want to pile on and say, well, enchanter, you get all the interrupts. That's ridiculous. The tanks have a stun or at least 1 interrupt. I think rogues have a stun or an interrupt, if I'm not mistaken. I think one of the summoner pets might have an interrupt, although I could be wrong. I don't remember. There are interrupts and stuns across multiple classes. People just have to pay attention, and a lot don't. They queue up their skills as they get them, and they run in all scenarios using the exact same loadout all the time. That's a poor way to play. Like, for example, let's take the Necromancer. The Necromancer has spells that affect both undead and sentient. If you're up here at Manor fighting what is arguably by definition undead, why would you have any sentient skills on your hotbar? But there are necromancers who don't pay attention, and they have all their sentient skills up on their bar. And the problem with that is, they have skills in their spellbook that they're not utilizing against the undead, or for benefit to the group, because they're not paying attention to what skills do what things to what mobs. That's just one example. That goes back to what I was saying about when you start playing your class and you get to level 15, you better have a rough idea of how your class is played. If you get to level 15 and you go, I don't really know how I would do this situation, you need to roll another class. And it's not meant to be mean. I'm not a mean person. I'm just telling you, by the time you get to level 15, if you don't have a rough... I always tell you guys, when you pick a character, Get it to 15. Don't re-roll and complain before then. Don't say, oh, I don't like this class, I want to try another one. Don't do that. You're not giving yourself enough homework, enough experience behind the class until level 15. Specifically, level 15. I have said that for I don't know how long. I mean, I wish I still had my Hangor videos from the groups that we had up there. We had 13 or 14 different people that we would swap in and out every night. People would be on, people would be at work, not available. We'd have others we'd sub in, all different classes. But these guys all knew their stuff. It was amazing. We went into Hangor and we owned it as if it was the easiest zone in the game. We broke all the spawns, we learned all the camps. It was phenomenal. But all of us put time into our class. All of us. We weren't rolling alts every 4 days, 5 days. Even this paladin, for example. I didn't know how to play a paladin. I only started playing a paladin in early access, and it was only, what, 3 weeks ago? Maybe a month ago? With the other paladin on the other server? I got a pretty good hang of the paladin, and I only just hit 15 this evening. Oh, get over here. I don't know why he's not aggroing from that distance. That's ridiculous. Oh, of course he's Wanderer. I'm guessing with a new server launch tomorrow, you'll probably see a number of streamers return to streaming the game as well, so there'll be a few people that'll start on the new server, if that in fact is what's happening tomorrow. I won't be one of them. I don't have any interest in restarting at this point. You'll save a restart for full game release. Now, how are you investigating from the other side of the room? The other guy wouldn't come close. That room is wonky. Hey, Tyron. What is their thought process on another server? Chances are they have had a lot of input on the Discord about people wanting the ability to start fresh. And they probably had enough interest that warranted firing up another server, because after they just merged, what, 17 servers? 16 servers? They probably have plenty of room to spin up a server or two. Also, keep in mind, the new server they're starting tomorrow has all the content that they put in the game since the beginning of early access. We've all only had the same servers before the merge since the beginning of early access. So the server that spins up tomorrow will be a newer version of what we're currently playing on. So people will have a true first-time experience going through Wild's End. Just to be specific with one point, right? If you came into early access 4 months ago and started in Wild's End, you had nothing to do. You had quests for harvesting tools and that was it. Then you had to try and find a level 15, well not even, you had to run all the way across the other side of the continent because we didn't have teleports, right? Tomorrow when a new server spins up, we have all that. So that's another bonus to go into a new server. It'll be great for a lot of people to start on a new server with the current build of the game. It'll be fantastic, but I'm not going to be one of them. I've rolled too many characters. I'm not you guys. You guys are more than welcome to hit up 1, 2, 3 different new servers. I'm not hitting another one. Don't care. I've done too many characters over the last, 3 years. And I've got my warriors. I don't need another one. I don't think anybody from chill mode is going to go to the new server. There'd be no point. You guys haven't leveled high enough to see what's left in the game. The only real people that should start on a new server would be the people who've either already seen everything or the people who are just new to the game. As long as no one else leaves, I'm staying right here. This is your highest tune. Nobody's gonna leave from the guild. The people in chill mode aren't like myself. I'll do a character wipe. I'll do 6 character wipes. I'll go to 4 different servers if I have to, because I want this game to come out. I'm not playing this game like a lot of you guys are. I'm playing this game to test it. Everything I do is for testing. Once we start getting more 30+ content in, when you start seeing me log in Krushnek and run in groups, I'm testing the whole time. You don't know it because I'm not talking about it, but every time I'm running a dungeon, running an area, I'm testing mob radius, aggro, damage, abilities, all of it. Because that's what I want to do. I've been saying that since I started streaming this game. But a lot of you guys want to play the game to play the game. That's not me. That's not why I'm here. I'll do that when the game launches. We got 2 coming. CC the don't CC the skeleton. He's spell resistant. I mean, there are individuals out there that some of you guys have probably seen who go on and complain about stuff about the game, but they don't report anything. They talk about it on stream as if somebody from VR is magically going to listen to whatever they have to say. They don't post it, they don't go to the Discords, but they feel like they gotta go ahead and tell it to everybody in the channel and expect someone to rub a magic lamp and make the problem go away. You can't do that. You need testers. They need testers. Like a lot of players, every time they come out with new content, a lot of players get it in their head that everything's supposed to work fine. That is not what happens. Ever. And then when it doesn't happen out the gate, people start complaining about it. Then the trolls jump in, and they try and get a bit of a laugh while they're off doing stuff and whatnot. It's just... it's a cycle of ridiculousness, man. Adults acting like children. I haven't heard anybody promise to catch all the important CCs in about 6 months. I'll hold you to it. There's more than the fears. The fear's the main one. Because if you get feared by that tree, you're going to run into the manor, and that's a bad day for everybody. Alright, I'm gonna pull this guy to the tree. Oh, we got 2. Must have been a respawn on the run back. How you guys in chat doing anyhow? What's going on? Anybody in chat planning on going to a new server tomorrow? Or the new server tomorrow? If the server happens. I'm told it's going to happen, but it's not tomorrow yet, so not going to hold my breath. I would say who and who, so my answer is no. Are they in Pantheon now? There was an announcement on their Discord that it's going to happen. Gotcha. That bolt of fire cast bar was red. Why was that red? Papa, what are you doing, man? You're hitting me with that bubble, aren't you, on the pole? You gotta stop doing that. That might get you killed. Oh, I was just thinking, when we were talking pros and cons earlier about the whole point of a new server tomorrow, people who have stopped playing because they can't get access to certain content whenever they're on, tomorrow would be a perfect time for them to come back. So, I don't know about new players coming to Pantheon for a new server, but I definitely can see old players coming back because there's a new server. I could see that. So that would go in the pro column again. Good plan. I think so. If you heal me, heals, stand with me. Oh, he can see. Oh, he can see me? That's not cool. Yeah, that was. This is. Have we pulled another caster since I pulled to the tree? Yeah, but didn't we pull one before? Because I'm pretty sure we had a caster try and cast on me. Yeah, and ran straight to me, but this guy fired through the tree. As you guys can see, I'm never having issues with readiness. Never having issues with wrath. Everything works fine. A lot of people complain that readiness doesn't work properly. There's not enough of it. It doesn't come back fast enough. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. No, it isn't. So, just so you guys know, because I see skills being used, when we're fighting the vengeful spirits, they have an ability called, give me a second, I'll tell you. Where is it? Hang on. I had the name and then I forgot it. I'm sure he'll use it in a second. Nope. Nope. That's it. Phase shift. Notice the purple icon under his marquee? When that's running, you won't hit him. So if you can watch for the phase shift, don't use your combat arts until it disappears, because you'll burn them and you'll use up your readiness. I believe it lasts about 6 seconds and then it goes away, but you can hit a lot of skills in 6 seconds and blow your readiness. Or mana. I see a box. Huh. Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, I guess trees don't work against casters. You think that's too small of a tree? The melee tunes aren't a problem, obviously. The melee tunes come all the time, but these casters, I don't know what it is. I try moving to different little points to make sure I'm exactly in, like the tree's exactly in the middle between us, and they're still hitting me with spells. I can try that next. What are you, a wuss? It's interesting because the tree definitely has collision detection. Like, you can't run through it at any point, but for some reason spells register through it. I'll try the stump next with the caster. So just to give you guys an idea, we have a necromancer in the group, and the necromancer has been interrupting the phobias and what, like we were talking earlier about who has interrupts and the enchanters and so on. You can't put all your eggs in one basket with the class. This necromancer's doing work. You just have to learn how to play your tune. That's what I was saying. Too many people bank their skills and they don't swap them in and out when they're supposed to. Nope, he still nuked me. Hey Uber, I was at a Godai camp in AVP earlier. It went sideways. Ran away and made it to a cliffside ledge, but the caster kept hitting me even though I was line of sight. Yeah, it's interesting. I never really paid attention to this because I've never really, like, I've line of sighted stuff in Halnir's, but that's the only place I've line of sighted. And that works flawlessly, but the stuff out here is not working. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the tree at the Godai Fort does work. Anybody in chat play ARPGs? Diablo, Path of Exile? I started dabbling in Path of Exile too. When did I start? Yesterday? What's today? Tuesday? No, Sunday. Sunday afternoon I played for a bit in the afternoon. Last Epoch. I played through Last Epoch, or at least what Last Epoch had months ago. Yeah. I feel the same way. I was thinking, we took a look at Atomfall over the weekend, and I think I'm going to revisit it in the future. But I think one of the days this week, I might look at Avowed. I haven't looked at Avowed yet. I have it installed. I just haven't jumped into it. So, we'll see how that goes. But Atomfall, I really enjoyed what I played in Atomfall. Ugh. I'm asleep. I'm asleep. So one of the main individuals for VR that does the quests is an individual named Ronik. He jumped into my stream about 3 weeks ago and introduced himself, and we had a conversation. I was over at Wild's End at the time because we were killing the elite orcs in the back corner of the zone, and he was like, "Have you tried the quests?" And I said, "What quests?" That's when he told me he had just put in a whole bunch of quests, and there was a quest line that apparently led to those orcs, and I thought, "Ooh, that's interesting. I'll have to roll a tune at some point." But yeah, he's worked hard at putting... He's one of the new people they brought back into the company like a month ago, and he's been working really hard to get content into that side of the continent. Man, my sinuses are bugging me. No? Put me to sleep again. How rude. Come on, yo. Hey, King. What level's your character? We're 15. Almost 15 and a half. Somebody's camping up top. Oh, it's those 29 tunes from earlier. This is a fear mob. That time works for me. Another fear. Yeah, Paladin feels really solid. I don't have a problem with the Warrior or the Paladin at this point. I really want to get into Halmir's, and I want to get this guy up high enough to do Hangor. But as far as I can tell right now, both classes are phenomenal. Bitterbone. We have a named up. Bitterbone has haste. I think so. Don't remember. It's the same name that spawns over here on the other side with that one placeholder. Not here. Oh, sorry, you guys might not have fought this guy before. I've killed him probably a dozen times. Over on the, if you're over on the ledge on the other camp down on the other side, if you face west towards the back there, if you run all the way back to the mountain range, there's a single mob. It's typically like a wraith or something, or one of the humanoid dudes that we pull from here, but he's by himself. He's a placeholder. He's a placeholder for this guy. But for whatever reason, I guess this guy can spawn over here at the manor because I've never seen him behind the manor before. This is the first time because he normally spawns over by the mountain edge. There's 5. There's one that spawns, no, there's 4. There's one that spawns over on the, where's my compass? Far southeast. If you run all the way over to the cliff edge and you look to the right platform on the manor, like it kind of sticks out over the cliff, there's a name that spawns right next to that pillar, that broken pillar as well. Although now that I think about it, that's just a spawn point, because I think it's still the cursed apparition. So you're right, there's this guy, there's the cursed apparition, then there's the orc. Oh, it's kind of cool. We have a level 10 enchanter spell called Spell Turn. That's the interrupt. And we have a whittled femur, which is 5 damage, 1 agility, -1 charisma. Warrior, rogue, wizard, ranger, enchanter, shaman, summoner, necromancer, bard. So +2 agility, -2 charisma. Ignatius, do you already have Spell Turn? Well, yeah, it's an interrupt, for sure. That's a big deal. I got 2 coming. We'll take the skeleton first. I ate the first sphere. Don't say I ain't done nothing for you. Okay, stream. It is that time. The group is ending. Everybody's going to bed. I have to go also. To those of you that are still chilling on the stream, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. I'm not 100% sure what the game plan is for tomorrow. We might be back in Pantheon. Maybe. We might take a look at Avowed. I might wind up in Atomfall again. I might be playing Path of Exile 2. I have no idea. Not a clue. Chances are we'll be back in Pantheon. I'm just saying. There could be something else. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you may be located. And I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.